You are. Open it. Yes. Yeah. So if you look. Let's see what it is. So, in the. You don't plan to get. Google. Oh.
Are you ready?
I need the. One.
Sure.
Yeah, there's no books.
Well, I was saying, there's nothing up there, so I was gonna take this up with them.
Yeah, oh, just, yeah, oh, yeah, thanks.
let me know when we can start.
And are there
Yes, sir.
any,
Yes, sir. Thank you. Just gonna.
Should expire in 30 minutes. The hell does that mean? What's it gonna do? Machine, are you ready? Miss Hardy, are you ready? All right. Sure, yeah. Ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good morning. It is 8:02 a.m. on the 17th of September. We continue the contested hearing between Marathon and Tumblr. Before we do that, Ms. Hardy, I wanted to talk about the notice issues with 25441 and 25442. Ms. Chance located the email from you guys. Let me pull it up here. The updated abstract for the Wolf Camp case, and I'm not sure if that's 41 or 42, included the range 24 East language. So we have to renotice at least one of the cases. Okay, I don't know if you need to as well. I leave that to you to do whatever you need to do, but we do need to. So we'll have to set another date in October to bring those cases back around.
And that's just for the Wolf Camp case, right? We have one Wolf Camp case. Yeah.
Freya, is that correct?
Yes, there's one Bone Spring, one Wolf Camp. We had talked about renoticing both of them just to be safe, though.
Okay.
So it looks like the first docket we can do that is October 14th,
Okay.
which I think
Fine.
is appropriate because if this case ends today, which I'm hoping it will, it'll give the parties almost 30 days to deal with amended exhibits and all, maybe possibly closing arguments, or the transcript usually takes 2 weeks. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll get the transcript in there as well, and that way we can kind of wrap up everything on the 14th of October. So unless we discuss differently, we will renotice these for October 14, and you will move your cases, continue them to that date. I don't know if Ms. Shaheen will, I think she'll have to as well, since they're sort of tied together.
Continue the cases to the 14th, but no need for additional notice for ours, right? Okay, thank you.
No, yours are properly noticed. Anything further on that, Ms. Hardy?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so let me just review. My screen, let's see if I can get it to start. I see Mr. Good morning, Mr. McClure. I see you there on that screen. Are you ready to begin?
I am, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
All right, thank you. We had dealt with some voir dire yesterday of some exhibits from Mr. Villarreal. And I believe I received something from Ms. Shaheen this morning. It was a edited or redlined PDF. Ms. Shaheen, would you describe what you did?
Yes, we took the Word version of the Exhibit D that was previously filed. We redlined it in accordance with your instructions yesterday, and then I just printed it to PDF and circulated it so you could both see exactly what we were proposing to change.
All right, perfect. Ms. Hardy, had you had a chance to look at the PDF?
Yes, I did quickly look at it. I just received it on my way here.
Okay, well, why don't you take some time as we
Like-
go through the testimony here? I'm not going to ask you to make any decisions until you've thoroughly reviewed it.
Thank you.
So we'll, it's pending admission, Miss Sheen, all right? All right.
Thank you.
So with that being said, we, when it comes to Mr. Villarreal's exhibits, D is pending admission, as you know. D1 and 2 are admitted. D3 and 4 are excluded. D5 is still up in the air. I have question marks for D5.
We did revise that one in accordance with your instructions, and that I think was circulated this morning as well.
I didn't get that one.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not saying that's your fault. I'm just saying I didn't see that one. So let me. Okay, I do have I wasn't able to open, I think it was a PowerPoint.
Yes.
Okay,
You want me to convert that one to PDF as
not
well?
necessarily. I'll let Miss Hardy review D5 and D and then we'll deal with it at that time. So anyway, so bottom line is D5 is not yet admitted. We're still revising it. D9 is excluded. We haven't, so D6, D7, D8 are all admitted. Is there a D10, 11, 12, 13, and 14?
New ones?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry.
existing ones. Do we have exhibits D10 through 14?
I believe they're part of the package.
Good. Well, I don't show them to be excluded, so I'm assuming that they're admitted into evidence. Ms. Hardy, do you remember if you've objected to D10 through 14?
I don't believe I have objected to
All right,
those.
thank you. But D15 is still up in the air as well. And I think that was a rebuttal exhibit.
I'm sorry, D15?
D15, I think, is a rebuttal exhibit that has not been admitted or excluded at this point.
Okay, that I'm not sure about.
Okay.
I think you are correct. We haven't addressed D15.
Okay, all right. Do you want to, I mean, we have three exhibits that are excluded. Do you want to deal with D15 now, or do you want to go into the direct testimony of your witness? And then maybe handle D15 as rebuttal?
That's acceptable.
Go right ahead.
May I have him summarize the
Yes.
revised
Yes, please.
Exhibit D? Okay.
Yes.
Just make sure I have that handy here. Mr. Villarreal, I don't believe you have a hard copy of your revised statement, do you?
I do not.
Do you see it on your screen there?
I just see that.
You don't see it right in front of you? It's not on your screen in front of you?
I see what's on the screen. Like, is this, oh, this is the statement.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I see.
Okay, yeah. All right. And this is a statement that you've revised in light of our your
Yes.
testimony yesterday and the instructions from the hearing examiner. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your paragraph 5, you summarize the reasons that you believe Tumblr's development plan is superior to Marathon's. Can we walk through those one at a time?
Yes.
And this relates to Exhibit D10, is that correct?
Yes. Okay, so in this paragraph, highlighting why Tumblr's David development is superior to Marathon's Goliath development. First, highlighting the wasted recovery in the Wolfcamp A, driven by their spacing decisions. They're ignoring co-development of the third Bone Spring, which is diminishing future potential, and underdeveloping their second Bone Spring sand, given their spacing decisions, and the abandoning the proven reserves in the third Bone Spring carbonate and the Avalon.
Let's turn to Exhibit D10 just to make
Okay.
sure. Anything else here that you would like to highlight for the hearing examiners?
No, I think, well, this is just highlighting overall, tops or tumblers. David, 31 wells, approximately 53 million BOE recovery, compared to Goliath, 17 wells, about 29.6 MMBOE expected recovery. But nothing further.
And then turning to your type curves, I believe you have about 7 A through G, is that correct? What do these type curves illustrate in terms of the favorability of Tumblr's proposals over Marathon's?
Yeah, so these type curves, one, it's just giving an overview of, the production for the wells that were selected in accord or to develop the type curves, showing that we are being fair with our overall EUR that is going towards it, where you can see, where it falls on the P distribution. That's on the tables on the right-hand side. We're describing how many wells went into it. So if we're looking at, we're looking at the Avalon. This is saying, hey, there's 15 offset wells within 15 miles. Describing the completions of the wells that went into it, as well as the spacing, and then highlighting that it was normalized for 10,000-foot laterals.
And then your table here to the bottom left. Again, just remind us, EUR is in.
Estimated ultimate recovery.
And so in each of your type curves, you have this summary of the statistics,
Yes.
the results. And here you have estimating, when you say 681, that's 681 million barrels of oil.
600 MBO, so 1,000 barrels of oil.
Okay. 681,000 barrels of oil.
Yes.
From the Avalon only. Is that
For a
correct?
10,000-foot type. The type curve for a 10,000-foot Avalon well is 681,000 barrels of oil
This is per well.
per well.
Per well. Okay, good. And you have the similar statistics for each of your type curves for each formation. Is that
Correct. And the same background information that went into developing these.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to highlight in your type curve slides?
No, ma'am.
Going back to your revised statement, part B here, you're talking about the third Bone Spring sand co-development. Can you talk a little bit about that for us? Or is this all the type curve? This is all relates to the type curve?
That That all relates to the type curve. I think we're also referencing Third Bone Spring carbonate. Let's see. No, that's not the exhibit. Yeah. So what we're saying is that Tumbler plans to develop the Third Bone Spring carbonate, or excuse me, this Third Bone Spring carbonate. This is the part of the Harkey sand that we discussed yesterday with Dylan, and our belief that there is potential there.
And Marathon doesn't seek to develop that Third Bone Spring sand or carbonate?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're talking about Third Bone Spring sand. Okay, I thought you said carbonate. Yeah, so the Third Bone Spring sand, what we're highlighting here is they are not co-developing this. So the Third Bone Spring sand, and when I say co-develop, that is drilling the wells and completing them at the same time, which is what Tumbler plans to do. Excuse me, Marathon and Goliath, they're excluding the Third Bone Spring sand and not developing that at all, given their development plans, which they highlight as kind of their full development, I think is how they phrase it. Let's see, yeah, their proposal to fully develop it. They are not drilling the Third Bone Spring sand, which we estimate risk like a 15 to 40% productivity loss if they ever decided to come back to it at some point down the road and develop the Third Bone Spring sand.
And with respect to the second Bone Spring sand, what are are there any differences between Marathon and Tumbler's proposals?
Yeah, so the second Bone Spring sand, Marathon is proposing that they drill 3 wells across the Third Bone Spring sand. Our analysis shows that that's going to lead to ultimately 25% lower recovery with no, meaningful uplift to a single well recovery.
And then here you talk about abandoned reserves. Can you provide a little more detail about that?
Yes. So this is highlighting that Tumbler plans to drill the Avalon and the Third Bone Spring carbonate, which, Marathon Goliath is not drilling. So highlighting that we believe that's leaving behind about 10 million BOE of reserves.
And again, this is shown in your type curves. Is that correct? In Exhibit D10, sorry, D11.
The recovery from the Avalon and the Third Bone Spring carbonate, the data to back that up is shown in the type curves.
And then here, you're talking about the first Bone Spring sand and the difference between Marathon and Tumbler's proposals?
Yes. And I'm referencing Exhibit D12A here.
Okay, let me go there. Is this the right one?
Yes, that is.
I'll make it a little smaller. And can you explain this to the hearing examiners, please?
Yeah, so what we're looking at here is, as noted in the notes section at the very bottom, this is the Bone Spring first sand offset wells, 15-mile radius around the David unit. And what we've done is we've plotted the estimated ultimate recovery normalized to 10,000 feet. And we've plotted the spacing along the x-axis, EURs on the y-axis. We've drawn lines that, highlight the 4 WPS wells per section, 5, 6, and 8. Then we've plotted where our 6 well per section type curve and our 4 well per section type curve. And what you can see is that there's a 25% degradation single well EURs at a 6 wells per section. That is what is being highlighted, the difference, that gap with the arrow. So the difference along the y-axis. And that 25% degradation happens when you're going from a 6 wells to a 4 well per section. So essentially what that means is in the Marathon Goliath, a 25% degradation, they're going to be drilling 6 wells and getting, 4.5 wells of production. Whereas we'll be drilling 4 and getting the 4 wells worth of production. So it is an inefficient way to develop the second Bone Spring sand.
In effect, causing waste.
Yes.
And just for me, for my sake, it says 4 WPS, 5 WPS. What is WPS?
That wells per section.
Wells per section. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And there's a number of these slides. Is that correct? Would it be helpful for us to walk through all those slides now, 12B, 12C?
Sure.
And is this the same representation for the second Bone Spring sand?
Yeah, so same layout of the graph for the second Bone Spring sand. What we're plotting here, or what this graph is highlighting, is that there is not a meaningful uplift in the proposed spacing, which is, I believe greater than 1,500 feet for the Marathon Goliath development plan. So essentially, you're drilling 3 wells, but, generally you'd expect the less wells that you drill in a certain section, incrementally, you would think you would have more recovery per well. That's not apparent in the second Bone Spring. So they are leaving behind reserves by not drilling at least 4 wells per section here.
Here we're talking about the Wolf Camp A.
Mm-hmm.
Explain what the differences are between Marathon and Tumbler's developments in the Wolf Camp A.
Yeah, so this is highlighting how Marathon, they plan to drill 4 wells per section compared to the Tumbler 6 wells per section. So what we do see here is if you drill 4 wells per section, you'd expect about a 10% uplift in EURs per well. But that is not enough. You would still get more reserves and a more optimal production profile if you were to drill the Wolfcamp A at 6 wells per section. So what this is saying is they're leaving behind 1,700 MBOE 20 of reserves. Clarifying MBOE 20, that is, dividing the gas. Typically, when you say BOE, you'll divide out the gas by 6. BOE 20, you're dividing your gas MCF by 20 instead. It's just reducing the impact of gas as it's we feel is a better representation for kind of the productivity of the well and the economics of the well.
Turning back to your revised exhibit.
Okay.
Subsection F, overall resource recovery and economics. You're comparing Marathon's development to Tumbler's here as well?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Read through this 1 second. So I think this is where we are referencing Exhibit D2. So here we are just pointing out, recoverable BOE. This has been adjusted for gas shrink of 48,000 MBOE, in the Tumbler plan, 26.8 thousand BOE or MBOE in the Marathon plan. Also highlighting, what is the cumulative discounted cash flow at 10% between the Tumbler and the Marathon plan. That is 854 million for Tumbler, 461 for Marathon. Highlighting the revenues that would be expected to state, federal, and then others were labeled as private. And then what would the cash flow profiles look like for total revenues for the first 3 years for the Tumbler versus the Marathon development, and highlighting that the Tumbler development, that'd be 575 million more of revenues flowing through the U.S. economy. So that's total revenues, to be clear.
And what is the approximate difference between the total revenues of Marathon's proposal and Tumbler's proposal?
Mr. Examiner, I want to object because this information has been admitted, I think.
What information has been?
Well, the information that Ms. Shaheen is talking through with the witness, and I thought we were admitting our direct testimony into the record and we weren't going through all of our witnesses' directs on the stand.
Okay, so basically, okay. Ms. Shaheen, I think what Ms. Hardy is saying, correct me if I'm wrong, is, are you dealing with D2 right now?
Yes,
Thoughts?
I thought we were summarizing and maybe we're going into a little more detail than you anticipated, but for me, it's helpful
Okay.
to go through it. And I don't know if it's helpful for you and for Mr. McClure. If it isn't, then I'll step back and we won't go into as much detail as we have.
Okay. That is the objection, isn't it?
That is.
Or that is the objection, yeah. If you could just hit the high points.
Okay.
I think that's the objection, and I agree with Ms. Hardy that we did say that we don't want to, rehash everything that's been admitted, and D2 has been admitted in its entirety. So if you'll just hit the high points. I realize that you're going through Exhibit D as well, and let me stop you there for a moment without breaking your chain of thought. Ms. Hardy, have you had a chance to look at D?
I have.
Excellent. Do you still maintain an objection to D?
I do not, as it's been revised.
Excellent. We're going to admit revised Exhibit D. When can we get a proper copy of it without the red line in PDF format?
Sometime this
Okay,
evening,
fine.
I would imagine. Well,
Fine.
we'll see what time we get done today.
Fine. And then D5. You also
D5.
submitted D5 PowerPoint. Ms. Hardy, have you had a chance to look at D5?
I have.
Excellent. And how do you feel about D5?
Understanding that I can conduct cross on it. I mean, I do think it's duplicative of his testimony. But I won't object.
Thank you. So D5 is now admitted to evidence as well. So let me make a few notes. And then if you would proceed, Ms. Shaheen, based on what we've just discussed, that'd be great.
Thank you. Turning now, Mr. Villarreal, can you summarize your opinions on the AFEs and the well cost?
Yep.
And this is on, it's on your screen, should be on your screen.
Mhm. Yeah, so this is referencing D7. So what we're saying is Tumbler's well costs, average about $1,062 per completed lateral foot, which we believe is consistent with industry AFEs within that state line area around the David unit. Marathon's AFEs come in at $882 per lateral foot, which we believe is unreliable. And there is evidence based on surrounding AFEs that have been submitted before the commission by industry peers as well as themselves in the recent history that indicate that those numbers may not be as reliable as we would hope, and also that it is a significant reduction from AFEs that they sent for the same unit about 9 months prior.
And then briefly turning, and those, your analysis there is reflected in Exhibit D7. I won't take us to D7, but that's
Okay.
correct, right?
Yes.
And I would just note for the record, that's the emoji slide.
Okay.
Marathon's lack of commitment here. You speak to that briefly. Can you summarize that quickly?
Yeah, so I think the main point here is, as they've voiced over, these wells are happening far into the future. There's significant amount of volatility within the market, with inflation and also, political tariff volatility, among many other things, where the prices that you would expect to drill a well in 2 years, good luck finding that or getting that to be a reliable estimate for what the costs are going to be in 2 years.
In paragraph 6, you talk about Marathon's proposed COPUS rates. And here you reference $19,134 per month for drilling and $1,913 per month for producing. Where did those numbers come from?
That comes from their initial well proposals.
And what was the date of those initial well proposals?
That was, let's see, I believe that was June. Let me get the exact one.
Do you know whether those initial well proposals are in the record?
I was looking for the initial well proposals. I can't find it anywhere in their exhibits. So
Marathon didn't provide its initial well proposals in its package. Is that right?
if you can point them to me, I can reference them, but I can't find the well proposals in their exhibits.
Moving on. And here in paragraph 7, you talk about Tumblr's ability to execute here. Can you just briefly summarize what you have in this page?
So this is just highlighting, the operational experience of portions of the team that will be overseeing these operations. Without rehashing the entire background of myself, Dylan Collins, Walt Baker, Nick Weeks, and that's among many others with petrotechnical professionals that we have on staff at Stronghold Investment Management.
Here you're talking about Marathon's lack of commitment. Does this, what is the basis for your opinion that Marathon has a lack of commitment?
I think part of this, there was commitment from the prior or from Marathon team in 2024 to get these developed in 2025. We saw that as they presented the AFEs. We signed the AFEs. That was back in November of 24. And they had voiced over that these would be drilled March, April of 25. That since fell through. And this is, highlighting that, I call it a relatively flippant acknowledgement of they're not going to be drilling these. We're just going to have to repool them. And then continuing to push back the dates of when these could be drilled, not providing any clarity of when these will be drilled, continuing to not commit to developing this unit.
And those communications between Marathon and Tumblr, those are that you're relying on, are those reflected in the chronology of contacts in A5?
In A5?
Yes, it was attached.
I believe so,
to
yes.
Mr. Weeks. And about how many communications are reflected in A5?
I believe it was about 70. Let me jump to it real quick.
3 pages, single spaced. Would you agree? I can pull it up.
Yes.
Do you recall who at Marathon you were conferring with back in 2024?
Yeah, that was Farley Duvall, Chase Rice, Sam Cox.
And were they still at Marathon after the Conoco Marathon merger?
Yeah, following the merger, they did stay on. Sam Cox was primarily he was over this area in New Mexico. Continued to stay on through the transition team. I believe he left at the end of April. Same with Sam Cox. I believe Farley Duvall is still there.
So is it your opinion that what is your opinion on the effect of the merger between Conoco and Marathon on this development?
I believe that there was clear knowledge of understanding when the force pooling orders would expire. They knew that there were permits that were ready to go. We've voiced that over in emails. I believe that are on record, that there was lack of willingness to act, acknowledgement that they are going to let this expire, and they're going to kick the can and maybe develop it down the road.
And you were actually on a number of these emails when you proposed specific trades. Do you recall that email chain
Yes.
with Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Let's take a look at that. I believe this is cross exhibit, Marathon's cross exhibit 1. Let me find that. Is this the email chain that you recall?
Yes.
And here, I think this is Ms. Hardy's highlighting. Can you read that or at least explain your understanding of what Mr. Miller is saying here?
Mr. Miller is saying that, let's see, I believe the quote is, "I don't have time to go through our various portfolio to put a trade schedule together for your consideration." Then he says, "If Stronghold wants to pitch a trade deal, please sign in or please send in an offer with specifics of interest," which we did. In all candor, our non-op budget is considerable and we value our near-term non-op positions with good operators, such as the ones you listed, which is to say a trade would have to be rather attractive to consider, but you never know until you propose.
And isn't it true that in the previous email from you to Mr. Miller, you had actually made a specific proposal? And here you followed up on that specific proposal because you received no response, correct?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
well,
it starts on
I object.
April 3rd.
There's some objections you have to.
I object to the characterization of his email as a specific proposal. But
Object to what now? I didn't hear you.
the characterization of Mr. Villarreal's email to Mr. Miller as a specific trade proposal.
Okay. Ms. Sheen?
Should we look at the email?
You can go any direction you want.
I mean, she's criticizing my
Right.
characterization of, and I'm not sure if she's objecting to my characterization, I'm not sure how to respond. I'm just,
I mean, it's an objection to how you're framing the question. So it's a form of question, objection.
I'm happy to rephrase the question.
Perfect. So
Okay.
sustained and rephrase. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to the email that Mr. Miller is responding to. How would you characterize your email to Mr. Miller?
Well, this is responding to his direct ask. If we go down 2 more. So yeah, this is on April 3rd. Let's see. I understand, and this is from me to Sean. I understand and appreciate that you do not have clear line of sight on development timing. All our goals, this is Tumblr, have always been to, one, ensure the lease remains intact, which we have done by proposing operations to Marathon and highlighting the Madera production to your team. We are grateful to you and Juan for keeping an eye on the well. And two, get development started in the unit. Along these lines, we are interested in talking trades as we work through the path forward. I know that the COP or MRO working interest NRI position in Goliath is not ideal. Our leasehold and override position would make this a more attractive location on the COP/MRO drill schedule. If this is something you are interested in, let us know what days next week work and I can come by the office.
And just above that is Mr. Miller's response, correct?
Does Stronghold or Tumblr have any tracks in mind for trade possibilities?
And that led to your April 3rd email. And what did you propose in your April 3rd email?
Yeah, so what I'm saying here is I'm telling them this is what we would like. This is what we'd be interested in trading in. You know, before we had already said, Sean, we're interested in just trading out of the Goliath unit. Now, David, like here, and here's what we would like in exchange for it. We'd be interested in COP non-op positions that are heavy in PDP, ducks, and permits. So naming the res cats in the state line area, given a geographic location. Our preference would be to Mewburn, Matador, or Oxy as the operators. Trying to make this very easy. See what you have in your portfolio. This is what we would like. Without knowing the full breadth of the COP non-op position, we were initially thinking of Paducah, Big Sink, and Fuller. So
When you say Paducah, Big Sink, and Fuller, what are you referring to?
those are individual units by some of the operators that I named above. And just highlighting, we don't necessarily, what you don't know all of the non-op positions of Conoco. Like their name's not on the well. It's an Oxy well. It's a Matador well. You know, they have a minority non-working or non-operated interest in it. So unless you're running title across everything and know all of their interests, it takes two to tango and do the trade. So, and then I ask, do you have other options that you would like considered?
And did Mr. Miller respond to that question?
That's when he said he doesn't have time to review his trade portfolio.
So in your opinion, when you're talking about a specific set of wells like the Paducah wells, and you're suggesting that there may be a trade that you could consummate with Marathon with respect to the Paducah wells, in your opinion, is that a specific proposal?
I don't know how much more specific I can get than that.
Same thing with the Big Sink. You specifically proposed to trade non-op positions, Conoco's or Marathon's non-op positions in the Big Sink wells. Is that right?
Correct.
And same thing with the Fuller, right?
Correct. And if you didn't like those, I gave him options of these would be other things that we would like to try and get these discussions going.
And for the record, what is PDP?
Proved, developed, and producing. Those are wells that are currently online and making oil and gas.
And the ducks?
Drilled uncompleted. So they have, in some, they're work in progress wells.
And when you're referring to the state line area, what area is that?
That is southern Eddy and Lee counties, you know, generally around the Texas and New Mexico state line.
And then, of course, you've identified specific operators that are acceptable. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to your revised statement. Your exhibit D6 relates to what we were just talking about. Is that correct? A little more detail?
One second, I get back there.
Here, I can take us to D6.
Ms. Shaheen, excuse me for interrupting you, but I'm going to give you 10 more minutes maximum to summarize with this witness.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, this actually goes to the AFEs. Can we turn to Exhibit D6 and just take a half a minute to describe what we have here?
Yeah, this has been the process over about 2 months. This is, again, this is for the Goliath unit that Marathon has had for about 7 years to put together and plan. And then, in response to the Tumblr David proposals, initially began sending their proposals on July 9th. Their initial one, it's highlighting that this was the wrong elections that they sent. It was different wells that were on the election that were initially sent out. So, a fairly, was not a great look. Then in version 3, going, new well proposals that were sent out, then renaming other wells previously that had been sent out, about 2 weeks prior. Then version 4, going through more well renaming, changing TVDs, changing spacings, and then highlighting, what is ultimately in the pooling order. I think what's not reflected, we'd expect probably another one to come down the pipe soon. I think is it the 602 and 603. It's spaced at like 120 feet lateral distance apart, which,
So in
we
short,
believe
there were a
is
number of changes over the course of 1 month just prior to this hearing. Is that right?
Yes.
Turning back to your revised exhibit, scrolling down. One thing we did change, we put additional letters for some of the paragraphs to hopefully make it easier to read. And I think that brings us to the end of your revised affidavit.
I don't know if we've talked about.
We can go
D7.
back to some other exhibits with our remaining time.
Okay.
So here we're talking about D6, scrolling down. Is there anything important about D7? We did talk about this earlier. This is the emoji slide that illustrates the differences between Marathon's earlier AFEs and their current AFEs. Anything to add here?
Yeah. So one thing we haven't talked on. So methods for pulling these are looking at prior orders that are on the NMOC website and pulling the AFEs down from there. So these are all publicly available. Looking at perforated lateral lengths. We're looking at what is Matador cost, what were their cost per foot. Conoco, interesting, this was their Gunner 8 FedCom well. That's $1,203 per foot. Devon, their Bull Weevil, $1,340 per foot. Marathon, interesting, as we discussed, their October 24 AFE, same unit, 1,251. Then now we're down to 882. I don't know where that's coming from. Interesting. They did not price any casing. They didn't price any cement, any drill bits. So could be coming from not including those in the AFEs. I don't believe it couldn't be from, greater efficiency. They're not running a meaningful amount of new rigs since the merger between Marathon and Conoco. So that's not a likely source. So basically, it's highlighting the unreliability of the Marathon's current AFEs and, what we believe is a reliable number for the tumbler.
Turning to D8, we have about 5 minutes left here. If you want to quickly summarize here in D8, what's important?
This is just highlighting, if we're 2 years out, significant inflation policy swings from tariffs that would make an 882 number price at today unreliable for 2 years from now.
D9,
This was excluded.
Yep,
okay, thank you.
correct.
D10,
Discussed.
discussed, okay,
Yeah.
good. D11, those are discussed.
Mhm.
Just. D12 were discussed. D13. Anything here you would like to summarize that's important for the hearing examiners?
Yeah, so here, as we discussed yesterday, treating the Third Bone Spring Sand, the Wolfcamp A and the Wolfcamp B as a single flow unit. And then looking at the density of, wells within that single flow unit across nearby units. And one thing to highlight, one, you see Devon Fighting Okra is at the highest, where they're putting 10 wells in the Wolfcamp A, 9 in the Wolfcamp B. The major takeaway here is, the wells are developed with the Third Bone Spring Sand and the Wolfcamp A. When the Third Bone Spring Sand is not developed, they're going to be in a much higher density across the Wolfcamp A.
Turning to Exhibit D14. Can you briefly summarize the highlights here?
Yeah, so this is just providing a little bit greater detail, adding EURs to the chart prior. So the bubbles are sized by the average EUR per well within the flow unit being Third Bone Spring Sand, Wolfcamp A, Wolfcamp B. X-axis is the total wells per section, and then the y-axis would be the total flow unit MBOE 20 as discussed.
Thank you, Mr. B. Mr. Hearing Examiner, I think that brings us to the rebuttal exhibit D15.
Okay,
Would you like me to proceed?
yes.
This relates to paragraph 12. And just for the record, so far I've been referring to Marathon's exhibits in case number 25541. And if there's any difference, I might need to clear that up with Mr. Miller or Mr. Patrick. Is it Patrick? But in paragraph 12 of Mr. Miller's statement in 25541, he states that Marathon proposes to fully develop the Bone Spring and Wolfcamp formations underlying 3 sections of land, 1,579 and change acres, by drilling 2.5-mile laterals. And exhibit D15 is in response, in rebuttal to that statement. Let me see if I can find it here. And I apologize for not having this pulled up. Oops.
Ms. Hardy, the paragraph that Ms. Shaheen is referring to, has that been admitted into evidence?
Of Mr. Miller's affidavit, yes.
Great. Is there an exhibit number you can give me?
Mr. Miller's affidavit is Exhibit A.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Shaheen, you're trying to pull up Exhibit A, is that right?
I'm trying to pull up the rebuttal exhibit.
Oh,
Here,
D15?
Yes, I found it. Yes, D15, and I don't have the labeled ones here, but I understand this is D15.
Could you
Yeah.
zoom out just a little bit? Smell.
I'm sorry,
Could you zoom out the slide? just
Zoom
a
out?
little bit?
and I
Scroll down just a little, yeah. Thank you.
yeah. And I'm not sure what Ms. Hardy's objection is here.
Well, we'll find out in just a moment. So, are you seeking to introduce this into evidence now?
Unless you would prefer that we wait until after Mr. Miller's testimony, but
No,
it's been
you have the
admitted.
witness here.
Okay.
Okay, so, Ms. Hardy, have you looked at D15?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and I think this was handed to me yesterday. I don't know if this is a new D15 or not. How many pages is D15?
I believe it's just one page. It's a gun barrel.
Okay, and yesterday I was handed a stack of pages that begin with EOG resources. Does this belong with a particular exhibit? Because they're not marked, that's why I'm asking.
Oh, you mean they're not marked in the package that you have?
Well, it's.
Oh, that's a separate.
What is it?
That I don't know. I'll have to confer with my client as to what that is.
It looked to me, well, like that was part of this exhibit.
I thought so too.
Oh,
but I
is it?
wasn't sure.
My apologies for not being informed. Is the EOG well proposals, is that part of exhibit D15?
Yes.
Oh, okay, my bad.
How many pages is exhibit D15?
41.
Okay,
Approximately 41.
okay, all right. So that's all of this here. Okay, so Ms. Hardy, did you understand that this is part of D15?
Yes.
You did understand, okay.
Well, that was my, yes, impression.
Okay, well, I didn't have that.
Suspicion.
Well, that's great. Excellent. Okay, so Ms. Shaheen, well, what is D15 meant to rebut? Is it that paragraph 12
Yes.
okay. And Ms. Hardy, your position on D15?
I object to D15 because this is, these are EOG's well proposals that have
Right.
been withdrawn and were not pursued by EOG. And the gun barrel that you're seeing here on the screen is based on EOG's well proposals. And my understanding of the exhibit is that Tumblr is trying to show that EOG proposed development of these benches that Conoco is not proposing.
I see.
And so I think that using withdrawn well proposals of another party who is also represented by counsel in this case and has not signed on to Tumblr's development plan is not relevant.
Okay. All right. I'll come back to you, Ms. Shaheen, in just a moment. Mr. Sayer, can you turn your microphone on? All right. Have you seen this?
The rebuttal exhibit?
Yes.
Yes.
And have you reviewed all 41 pages of this with the EOG resource AFEs?
Not in detail, no.
Okay, but what have you reviewed when it comes to D15?
Yeah, I've looked through the exhibit, and I know that the team at EOG has examined that, but I don't have their position on the content included there, other than what I communicated yesterday, that they remain neutral as to operatorship.
Okay. So Ms. Shaheen, thank you, Ms. Sayer. So Ms. Shaheen, the logic of use, I'm not even understanding, why are these relevant, EOG resources?
I think these are relevant because EOG has examined this acreage and determined that it should be developed in a certain way. And we're just illustrating another example of an operator who has examined the potential for development here. And we're offering their opinion, well, not their opinion, but their proposal, their actual proposal to develop as a comparison to what Conoco and what our Marathon and Tumblr have proposed.
I see. So you're using this as a comparison. You're triangulating off this, basically. This says July 11, 2025 on this document. Mr. Villarreal, is this entire 41 pages minus the cover, I guess? So it's 40 pages here and 1 page here?
I don't know if it's exactly 40, but approximately.
Fine. So this July 11 date, does that apply to this entire document?
Yeah, to which document? Just
The one you submitted to me. I'm not the one, I didn't come up with this.
okay,
You
but
presented this.
well, we didn't make this July 11th. The slide.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about this cover letter here from EOG Resources to Tumblr dated July 11. Does this entire 40 pages approximately of AFEs,
Oh, yes,
is that from the July 11? This is all,
Yeah.
nothing older here.
correct. There's nothing older there. That's all July 11th.
Okay. And why did EOG withdraw this?
There is discussion of that in their statement of comms in Marathon's
Chronology of
chronology of contacts.
I'm not looking at that, so I'm asking, you,
Okay.
why did they withdraw this?
They did not want to be adverse to Conoco in this.
Okay. Okay. So when they submitted this to you in July 11, there was the potential of conflict with ConocoPhillips?
Well, then it would have been a three-way contested hearing.
Mr. Sayer?
Yeah, the only thing I'll add
Shed
is,
some light on this for me?
and Mr. Examiner, the only thing that I will add is that the material included in the rebuttal exhibit, it was an initial well proposal, it was not a final well proposal.
I see.
So I do think that my client would probably be opposed to the content of that proposal being relied on as a final well proposal because it was not.
Okay. I see. So at one time, it was possible that we would have had a three-party contested hearing.
That's correct.
I see. And at this point, you said your client is not opposed to either development. It's neutral to both.
Correct.
All right. Now, the objection, I understand the objection, but what's the grounds for the objection?
Relevance.
Okay, all right. So you're saying it's not relevant, and you're saying this is not relevant. So what I understand the argument is, it's relevant because it's a development plan in the same acreage by a different but competent operator. So why is that not relevant?
Because it was withdrawn. And also, as Mr. Sayer has stated, it was not a final proposal that can be relied upon.
All right. Ms. Shaheen, what do you have to say about the fact that this was withdrawn and it's not a final proposal?
Well, I don't believe it was withdrawn because it wasn't a good development plan.
Okay,
It was simply withdrawn, as Mr. Villarreal notes, is in Conoco's chronology of contacts. It was withdrawn because they didn't want to be in a contested hearing with Conoco. So that doesn't reflect on whether the plan is viable or feasible or what is preferable, but it definitely represents, as of July 2025, what EOG believed was the best way to develop the acreage at that time. And I think it serves as a good comparison for both the Tumblr and the Marathon proposals in this hearing.
and it serves as a comparison for what end purpose?
To demonstrate that Marathon has not does not propose to fully develop the acreage at issue. As we've already discussed, we're just saying, here's another competent operator who basically agrees that there should be fuller development than is proposed by Marathon.
Okay, and I need to talk to Mr. McClure before we continue. I want to find out from him whether he thinks this is at all helpful for him. That's really my goal here, but I wanted to get as much from the parties as I could. Now, Mr. Villarreal, you were communicating with EOG Resources at the time?
Yes,
Why?
they are 32% working interest owners in this.
In this exact acreage?
Yes.
I see.
So I think it's Marathon 43, EOG 32, us 9.
Got it. All right, I need 5 minutes. I'm going to go talk with the technical examiner. We'll be back on the record when I come back. Thank you. All right, let's get back on the record. It is 9:18 a.m. That took a little longer than I wanted it to, but we've come to a decision. Ms. Hardy? Ms. Hardy, is your objection to both the, and I'm holding up what's been marked as D15, this diagram, this gun barrel diagram, and the 40 odd pages of the July 11, 2025 EOG proposal?
Yes.
It is, okay. So then I'm going
Mr. Examiner?
to, excuse me?
Apologize for interrupting. I have had a chance to consult with my client, and while of course we maintain our position that we're neutral as to operatorship and we're just monitoring, we do object to the introduction of this exhibit. Just to reemphasize, this was an initial well proposal, and the fact that there are not EOG experts here to explain what's in there. We're very uncomfortable with an EOG work product that was an initial work product being relied upon for the matters and purposes that have been asserted by Tumblr.
Okay, so again, the question goes to you. Are you objecting to the EOG document dated July 11, which looks like about 40 pages? Or are you objecting to the gun barrel diagram that was developed and designed by this witness and marked as Exhibit D15?
Our objection is limited to the EOG materials.
Okay, that's what I am going to uphold, is the way Mr. Sayer has phrased it. I also have a problem with an EOG witness not being here who created this document. Yes, hearsay is admissible in an administrative hearing, but I just don't find enough reliability in this. I think it's relevant. I just don't think it's reliable enough to admit in this format. However, I am going to, so I sustain that objection. I am going to overrule the objection, though, as to what has been marked as D15. So I will give you 5 minutes. So I am admitting D15, but only in part. I'm only admitting the part that was created by your witness, Mr. Villarreal. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to have him summarize D15. And then I believe at that point, we'll pass him for cross-examination. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. I have Exhibit D15 here. Let me share that. I apologize. I've got kicked off the Teams, so it's going to take me a minute to get back on it.
Well, maybe we could have Ms. Hardy pull it up. Is that possible? All right. So Ms. Hardy will pull it up so you can focus on you, because I'm giving you 5 minutes starting now. It's 9:21 now.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Villarreal, is this one of your exhibits here, offered as rebuttal exhibit D15?
Could we maybe zoom out just a little bit? Just to see the full slide. if we
Dana,
can.
do you mind zooming out?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Can you summarize what you are portraying here in Exhibit D15?
Yeah, so this is just summarized, or this is a gun barrel view of the wells that EOG proposed in this same unit, the David Goliath unit. Their unit name was going to be Ringo. As you can see, they are proposing 41 wells. Some key differences there. They are going to be targeting the lower Avalon as opposed to what we have as the upper Avalon. They are doing 8 wells across the Third Bone Spring Carbonate, and they're going to be doing a higher density across the Third Bone Spring Sand, Wolfcamp A, Wolfcamp B flow unit. It is notable, there is some targeting differences, obviously, with 31 versus 41, with the higher density in the Third Bone Spring Carbonate. And, stands out that they are targeting the lower Avalon, which is fine. As we discussed, they are 32% working interest owners. We are 9%. I think if you go back and look at the full email history between myself with Tumblr and Marathon and Conoco, from day one said multiple times, we aim to be trusted partners. And we're not going to profess that, we fully acknowledge that EOG has different data that they are looking at. And if they are 30% or 32% working interest parties, we would certainly confer with them and say, what data are you seeing that makes you think the lower Avalon is a more viable target than the upper Avalon? Let's be trusted partners and let's figure out what you're seeing here. And, do we need to look at maybe targeting something else? We feel confident in the upper Avalon, but would be interested to see what they are seeing for the lower Avalon.
And just to summarize in conclusion, the bottom right-hand corner of this slide, it has a comparison of the number of wells that were proposed by each interest owner. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that was a Marathon proposes 17 wells, Tumblr proposes 31, and EOG proposed 41. Is that correct?
Yeah, EOG proposing 2.5 times more wells than what Marathon professes as full development.
Thank you, Mr. B. I pass the witness.
Ms. Hardy?
Thank you. Good morning. Let me pull up your testimony. Actually, before I do that, I have a couple of general questions for you. Get to the right place. Well, let me ask you, Mr. Biodial, you're employed by Stronghold Investment Management, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I was going to actually pull up your resume if I can get to it here real quick. Okay, can you see my screen?
I can.
Okay. And you state here at the top, Stronghold is a private equity firm focused on trading real assets, primarily oil and gas interests, using proprietary non-commercial software to value interest and chain title. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. And Tumblr doesn't operate any wells in New Mexico, correct?
Tumblr does not operate wells in New Mexico.
And it doesn't operate any wells in Texas, does it?
The Tumblr entity does not operate wells in Texas.
With respect to your reservoir engineering discussion, this is really a general question. Geology can vary significantly over 15 miles, can't it?
Geology can vary over 15 miles, yes.
Okay. And your testimony states that Tumblr's plan will produce more reserves than Marathon's plan, correct?
That is correct.
And that testimony, as I understand it, is relying on or incorporating really your type curves, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Let me just get to those and pull them up. Okay. Okay. And the first one in your exhibits is D11A, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And these are for the Avalon, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you based your type curves on selected wells within a 15-mile radius, correct?
that is correct.
Okay. And how many Avalon wells did you look at with respect to this type curve?
I don't have like the full exact amount. There's dozens, you know, but
And I notice here on some of your other exhibits, which I will get to, you list the number of wells, the offsets that you looked at, but you didn't list that here for the Avalon, did you?
type curves generated using 15 offset wells that are within 15-mile
Oh,
radius.
15. Okay, you do have it there. So you identified 50, or you looked at, for purposes of this analysis, 15 Avalon wells within 15 miles of this unit, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And how far away were those 15 wells from this proposed development?
It's going to be within 15 miles.
Okay, but you can't say how many were
The
1
specific,
mile, 2, 3, 4,
I would have to go we could provide a well list.
but you don't have that here.
We don't have the well list in this.
Okay.
Correct.
And you note on each of these type curves at the bottom, in very small print, offset wells are operated by prudent operators such as EOG and Permian Resources, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you excluded certain wells within 15 miles from your analysis. Is that accurate?
Some wells are excluded. Yes.
Okay. And that same footnote appears on each of your type curves, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Let me go to the next one, which is D11B. And this is your type curve for the first Bone Spring sand, correct?
That is correct.
And again, you looked at wells within a 15-mile radius of this development, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we look at the next one, D11C, this is for the second Bone Spring sand, right?
Yes.
Okay, and here you looked at 12 offset wells within 15 miles, right?
That is correct.
And is this similar to the Avalon in that you don't know, or you can't tell from this slide, how far within those 15 miles those wells were located?
The exact location within the radius of investigation is not on this slide.
Okay. And then here on this slide, I see, and maybe on the prior slide as well, you've listed the offset wells operators that you were looking at, right? EOG, Matador, Civitas, Permian Resources, and Devon.
Correct.
Okay. And do you know how many wells you excluded from the analysis?
Wells that are excluded, I don't have that exact number, but various reasons for excluding wells.
Okay, and then let's look at your type curve D11.D. And this is your curve regarding the third Bone Spring carbonate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and here you used as analogs, or you looked at 6 offset wells within a 15-mile radius, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And here you've got basically kind of a footnote again listing the operators that you were looking at, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and then on the D11.E, here it looks like you looked at 20 offset wells, again within a 15-mile radius, right?
Correct.
And again, you can't tell here where within that radius these wells were located, right?
You cannot tell, it is not annotated on the graph where these wells that were selected for the type curve are located within the stated radius.
And then on D11.F, and G, D11.G, both of these are for the wolf camp, right?
Correct.
And D11.F is for the wolf camp A, right?
That is for the Wolfcamp A, correct.
Okay. And so again, you looked at wells, offset wells within 15 miles, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you can't say, based on the slide, where within the 15 miles those wells were located.
That's correct.
Okay. And that's also true on D11G, right? Wolfcamp B.
What's also true?
So you looked at wells within a 15-mile radius,
Correct.
and you can't say from this exhibit how close those wells were to this development.
The exact distance is not listed for every well that is included in the type curve. I want to go to your D13. So to make sure I have an accurate understanding, there's a lot on this map. This map is looking at development in all of these zones on the acreage that you're showing, right? Correct.
Okay. And so this covers, based on my looking at the numbers, developments in about 12 different townships, right?
That's fair. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, townships, 12 different units.
Well, here we've got 24 South, 33 East.
Oh, are you talking about just on the map?
Yes.
Okay. That approximately, yeah, sure.
Right. And so the developments that you're showing on this map, quite a few of them are, well, I mean, this is, I guess what I'm getting at here is this is covering a large area, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And is this black box here the acreage we're talking about in this case?
Believe so.
Okay. So you're looking at developments here that are many miles away from this development, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And looking at your exhibit D14, you didn't adjust for distance from this specific development, did you?
This is not adjusted for specific distance from the David unit.
Okay. So you didn't give, for example, more weight to wells that were within 1 mile versus less weight to wells that were 14 miles away.
Or wells that were 2 miles away.
Right.
Yeah. There's a lot of miles in the basin, and you need to look at, where the formations are relatively homogeneous across, this flow unit. So doing that in conjunction with Dylan, who testified yesterday. And it is our belief that the 15-mile radius provides a fair representation of homogeneous formations and that justifies using that radius.
Okay. With respect to the well cost and AFEs, there's been a lot of discussion of that during the hearing. Marathon's AFEs are lower than Tumblr's, correct?
Correct.
And we've heard testimony about the fact that Tumbler plans to use 4 well pads, correct?
Correct.
And Marathon will use 2.
Correct.
Okay. And Marathon and ConocoPhillips currently operate over 9,000 wells, give or take, in New Mexico. Does that sound correct?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you have any reason to dispute that it's over 9,000 wells?
Dispute it, operate. I don't have that number, so I'm not going to comment.
Okay. And again, Tumblr doesn't operate any wells in New Mexico or Texas.
Tumblr does not.
Okay. And Marathon and ConocoPhillips have other developments in this part of Lee County, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And ConocoPhillips has submitted many, many more AFEs for wells in Lee County than Tumblr, correct?
Say that one more time.
Sure. ConocoPhillips has submitted far more AFEs for wells in Lee County than Tumblr, correct?
I would assume so. I don't know.
Okay. Well, presumably if they operate over 9,000 wells,
I don't want to assume.
okay. Well, Tumblr doesn't operate any, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Third time you've asked that question.
Okay. Generally speaking, economies of scale can result in reduced cost, right?
Generally.
Let me pull up one of your exhibits. Okay, and this is your exhibit D7, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and it's the emoji slide,
That-
we've been calling it.
The emoji worked. It drew attention.
Okay. So here, this slide doesn't indicate whether these other AFEs were for wells that were the same lateral length, does it?
No. But you can tell by the unit that's highlighted that John Stewart's a U-turn well. So this is measuring perforated lateral length. Is how the cost per foot's based.
Okay. Okay. And I wanted to look at your testimony on the well proposals.
Okay.
So, and I think you've actually talked about this, so I can just refer to your oral testimony. You've testified that Marathon circulated 4 versions of well proposals, right?
That is correct.
And if I can get to the page of I only have your original affidavit here, so I think, let me pull up the other one. I will just do that. So I'm pulling up the revised exhibit that we've received this morning. So my page numbers and my questions are off. So I need to, might take me just a couple minutes. But my understanding of your testimony has been that regarding the well proposals, that Marathon is not focused on the Goliath development because it submitted multiple well proposals, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
With meaningful changes.
Okay. Okay, and here, and this is in your, what's now marked as paragraph J, I think it's probably 7J. I would need to scroll up to find that. You state here that Marathon issued new well proposals nearly every other week, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And let me go back to your exhibits and get to D6. Okay, and I pulled up here your exhibit D6. Regarding the well proposals and AFEs. So this first column actually states that the election was incorrect, right? So you received a new election.
Yeah, it was the different versions, you couldn't elect into any of or some of the Goliath wells, the ones that are annotated, because it wasn't for Goliath wells. It was for some other Marathon well or Conoco well.
Okay, so it's just the election that was corrected, which is where you sign,
Correct.
right? Okay, okay. And then there was a proposal, an updated proposal on July 24th of 2025, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And quite a few of these were renaming the wells, right?
Some are renaming.
Okay. And then there was another update on August 25th of 2025, right?
Changing, yeah, that's correct. Changing depths, changing spacings, some renaming.
Okay. And the AFEs didn't actually change, did they, in terms of the well cost?
The well costs did not change despite spacing and TBD changes.
And then let me go look. I want to pull up Tumblr's well proposals. So, and I think we heard testimony from Mr. Weeks on this yesterday. Let me summarize back from your prior exhibit. Other than the corrected elections, Marathon submitted 2 updated proposals, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you look at Tumblr's exhibits, they also submitted 2 updated or corrected well proposals, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And one of those was correcting the location of the bottom hole. Is that correct?
I can't remember what the exact reason for that was.
Okay, so here's the first update, September 8th of 2025, right? That actually gonna be the second update? Okay, the first update I'm showing here is May 14th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's where Tumblr corrected the bottom hole location of one of its wells. Right?
See, Ryan clarified that the last take point will actually be located at 100 feet from the north line, 660 feet south line, or from the east line, yes.
Okay, and then the second correction from Tumblr is September 8th of 2025. Do you see that here on the screen?
September 8th, 2025.
Okay, and in that correction, Tumblr was correcting the township and range numbers, right?
Yeah, correcting a typo.
Okay. Okay, and then I wanted to go to your testimony on the overhead rates. Just get to the correct page before I pull it up. Okay, and I've got pulled up paragraph 6 of your revised affidavit. Do you see that here on the screen?
This is from the initial well proposal.
That was my question. Overhead rates you're identifying here are from the initial well proposal, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Can I reference that?
Oh, can you reference it?
Yeah. Is it,
Sure.
where is it? Where do I find it?
It would be in our exhibits.
Okay.
Let's see, it would be in exhibit A. before, probably. It's actually A10.
Okay. E10.
Could I ask that Ms. Hardy share exhibit? Thank you.
Yes.
Is this the initial?
So that's my question is, this is the initial well proposal from ConocoPhillips.
I'll object to that characterization. I don't believe it is the initial well proposal.
It's Hardy.
Do you know if it's the,
Actually, looking at it, it says July 9th was the initial proposal. So
so
well, I'm
Try
trying
to
to
fig-
figure out where I guess, let me ask this. I mean, he's in,
hold on now, I
Okay.
have to deal with this first. So is this machine, is this your exhibit or is this Ms. Hardy's exhibit?
This is Ms. Hardy's exhibit.
Okay, so Ms. Hardy, this is your exhibit. Through which witness does this come in?
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller? Okay,
Yes.
Who we haven't heard from yet.
Yes.
Do you need to confer with Mr. Miller to find out if this is the initial proposal or not?
I don't think I do right now. I was asking Mr. Biotti all the question because he has testimony on the overhead rates.
Okay, so then but we need to figure out whether you characterize this correctly or not. Are you saying you did? Or are you saying you need to rethink it?
So it looks to me like the July 24th, 2025 proposal is not the initial proposal.
Okay,
But my question for Mr. Biotti is, did the rates that he is quoting in his testimony come from the initial proposal?
okay, hold on one second. So I'm going to sustain the objection because we don't really know if this is the initial proposal or not. But I think the question you're asking, you can ask and just ask it.
Right. So,
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, yes, what? I don't understand.
Well, you asked me, did it come from the initial proposal? Is that
That's my question. Yes.
those rates came from the initial proposals? I can't reference those right now. I can't find them in the Marathon documents.
Okay. And regardless, though, in this case, Marathon's requested overrates under the pooling order are 12,000 a month while drilling and 1,200 a month while producing, correct?
I would have to verify that.
Okay. You haven't seen that in Mr. Miller's testimony?
I need to go back and reference that, but
Okay. And it's common, isn't it, that overhead rates proposed under a pooling order may differ from overhead rates under a JOA that are subject to contractual terms?
the JOAs can always be negotiated.
Right. Thank you. I want to talk about your lack of commitment argument regarding Marathon. You're aware, aren't you, that ConocoPhillips acquired Marathon in November of 2024?
I believe the ConocoPhillips website classifies it as a merger.
Okay. And I'm not asking whether it was a merger or an acquisition. I mean, I guess.
Well, you
if
did.
There was a transaction in which ConocoPhillips,
Okay.
that, I'll put it this way, that Marathon was incorporated under ConocoPhillips, correct?
I believe the ConocoPhillips says under the merger agreement
Okay.
on the announcement.
And it's Tumblr's position, isn't it, that, this is my understanding of your testimony, that Marathon doesn't actually intend to drill the Goliath wells. Is my understanding correct?
You say it one more time.
Sure. And I should probably rephrase that question. Isn't it Tumblr's position in this case that Marathon does not actually intend to drill the Goliath wells?
Based on their comments and the behavior, we believe that Marathon does not intend to drill these wells in a reasonable, any sort of short order amount of time that would prevent waste.
Okay.
That it could happen in the future.
And Marathon obviously has applied for pooling in this case, right?
That is correct.
And Marathon has obtained permits for its wells, correct?
Correct.
And Marathon's witnesses are here in person to testify in support of its pooling application, right?
Witnesses to geology and land, they didn't provide any engineering support.
And here, let me just look at your amended statement. I apologize. I'm looking at, my questions were drafted based on your original.
All good.
So I'm sorting out some of the questions that I don't need based on the amended statement. Regarding your exhibit D15, which is your rebuttal exhibit, which I will pull up here. Get to it. And I've pulled it up there on my screen.
Yes.
Okay, so I think you mentioned in response to Ms. Shaheen's questions that Tumblr's targets are not identical to EOG's proposed targets, correct?
Yeah, they're proposing 41 and we're proposing 31. So
Right. And Tumblr has proposed wells in the upper Avalon, correct?
that's correct.
And EOG had proposed wells in the lower Avalon, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And there are differences in the other targets included in this gun barrel as compared to Tumblr's gun barrel, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And EOG didn't pursue its proposal, did it?
EOG is not here as part of the force pooling, or excuse me, well, he is here. Yeah, correct.
Okay. And EOG has not signed on to Tumblr's proposed development plan, has it?
EOG has not signed on to Marathon or EOG has not signed on to Marathon or Tumblr's.
Right. And they have a 32% working interest, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so at this point, EOG with its 32% working interest hasn't said, they haven't signed Tumblr's JOA, right?
Neither Marathon or Tumblr.
That, I appreciate that. My question was specific to Tumblr's plan because you are comparing Tumblr's plan to EOG's plan. So EOG has
And
not signed
Marathon's.
on. But this slide relates to EOG's plan and you are discussing it in relation to Tumblr's.
And
Correct.
Marathons. That's highlighted at the bottom.
Okay. So I think you've answered my question.
Okay.
Someone is talking online. Let's talk about good faith negotiations.
Okay.
Okay. Marathon and Tumblr have had many back and forth interactions, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, I think we've looked at the communication summary and have estimated that it includes somewhere in the range of 70 entries, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you met with Mr. Miller in Midland, right?
It's correct.
Okay. And the parties had numerous email exchanges, right?
Correct.
And representatives of Tumblr also had phone conversations with ConocoPhillips representative, right?
It's correct.
And I want to pull up one of the emails that has been discussed, and I think you discussed it with Ms. Shaheen earlier. And this is Marathon's cross exhibit 1. I believe. Okay. And do you recall the questions that you've discussed with Ms. Shaheen earlier about this email?
I don't recall the specific questions, but I know we just discussed this email.
Okay. And here, is it your testimony that you made a specific trade proposal to ConocoPhillips?
Yeah, I believe I said, we're interested in your non-op positions, heavy on PDP, ducts, and permits in the state line area, preference to Mewburn, Matador, and Oxy as operators without knowing the full breadth of the Conoco non-op position. We're initially thinking of Paducah, Big Sink, and Fuller.
Okay. And to be clear, those are not units operated by ConocoPhillips, right?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know, as you sit here today, the approximate acreage of those units?
I do not.
Okay. Is it fair to say that they are large units?
That's probably a fair assessment.
Okay. And are these, I want to just be sure it's clear because I want to understand. You're not talking here about specific spacing units, correct?
These are, development units is, so I think what I said is these are the type of, we call them reserve categories. These are what we'd be interested in. I set the precedent by saying, we are interested in talking trades. We are interested in trading out of the Goliath. Have our interest. We think it would help you guys out because you have a low working interest and a low NRI. We have substantial, especially with the overrides. He asked what tracks. I followed up after he didn't, or I said, here is broadly set the stage for a trade. Here's what we would be interested in. Non-op positions, like some of your non-op positions, these reserve categories, heavy PDP, ducts, permits, state line area, general geographic area, and then dial it in more saying like from these non-op positions, we really like these operators, Mewburn, Matador, Oxy. And we don't know what your non-op position is. You know, because the wells say Mewburn or Matador or Oxy. Like, we don't know how much interest they have in those wells. But we would guess you might be in Paducah, Big Sink, and Fuller. So this is what we would like to start trade discussions with. And if you don't like Paducah, Big Sink, and Fuller, we've given you options of what else we might be interested in. So naming Paducah, Big Sink, Fuller, that is pretty specific.
And
And then following up to say, hey, no response, 5 days later, following up here, see if there's interest.
is it fair to say that Paducah, Big Sink, and Fuller are thousands of acres?
Combined, yeah, thousands.
Okay. And Paducah, Big Sink, and Fuller are not tracts, are they?
Are not tracks. No, they're development units. Yeah.
Okay. And you didn't provide any legal descriptions, did you?
Not really needed.
So, well, whether you think they were needed, I think is a difference of opinion, but you didn't provide township, range, section for any of those, right?
It's not needed.
That wasn't my question, Mr. Villarreal.
I did not give a specific township and range.
And you didn't send any proposed acreage that you were interested in trading out of, did you?
We can go back to my original email.
Well, I don't see township and ranges in any of these.
You were asked if I was interested in trading out of.
If you provided the acreage that you were interested in trading out of.
Could you go back to my April 3rd email?
Sure.
Let's see. We are grateful to you and Juan for keeping an eye on the well. Okay, yeah. Our goal has always been ensure the lease remains intact, which we've done by proposing operations to Marathon and highlighting Madera production to your team. We are grateful to you and Juan for keeping an eye on the well. And number 2, get development started in the unit. Along this line, we are interested in talking trades as we work through the path forward. I know the COP working interest and NRI position in Goliath is not ideal. Our leasehold and override position would make this a more attractive location to COP on Our leasehold and override position would make this a more attractive location on the COP drill schedule. If this is something you're interested in, let us know what days next week work and I can come by the office. So we will trade out of the Goliath position.
Okay. So you were proposing to trade out of Goliath into some other ConocoPhillips non-operated acreage.
Correct.
Okay. And you never provided to ConocoPhillips legal descriptions for the acreage you were interested in.
Exact legal descriptions we did not provide. We provided unit names, but again, we don't know the COP non-operated positions. COP has to provide that.
And so is it fair to say that in your email, you were asking ConocoPhillips to research its interest in these thousands of acres of units and propose a trade to you?
No, that's not fair.
No. Tumblr has landmen who work for it, doesn't it?
Tumblr has one land representative, but Stronghold overall has many land representatives.
Okay.
Landmen.
And they conduct title research, don't they?
Correct.
Okay. I think those are all of my questions, but if I could just take a minute to look through my notes and
Sure,
make
go ahead.
sure could we take a 5-minute break?
2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. I'm actually ready if
Oh,
you are ready. I do have one more question. Going back to this email, in your email regarding Paducah, Big Sink, and Fuller, was there anything in your email that ConocoPhillips could have said, yes, we agree to? Could ConocoPhillips, were there terms in your email that they could have said yes to?
Sorry, my microphone wasn't on. Are there terms in my email that they could have said yes to? I mean, I say, do you have other options you would like considered? They could have said, hey, we actually don't own Paducah, Big Sink, or Fuller. We have interest in these units we'd be interested in trading out of. Hey, we are not interested in trading out of non-op. We'd be interested in trading out of our operated positions. Would you be interested in this? We don't have state line that we'd be interested in trading out of, but we could do a trade, in Texas, in Loving County. We could trade in Midland County, like in Midland Basin. They really could have given any options and we would have considered it. Really, you're just trying to get the values to equal, but they provided nothing. They said no. And they said, throw a dart on the wall. Maybe you hit some wells that we might own in, and then try and make an offer on it. You don't know if we own it or not, but maybe.
So the litany of options that you just mentioned, they could have offered different acreages, different areas. You're saying really that they could have proposed a trade to you, right?
We told them what we'd be interested in, and we made Sean asked for what tracks. So we provided Paducah, Big Sink, and Fuller. We think you might own in this. Let's start trade discussions here. And said, if you don't like these options that we provided, trying to be broad and say, hey, these are the reserve categories we like. We like this area. We like these operators. And, Paducah, Big Sink, and Fuller specific development units, we like these. We don't know what your interest is in it. If you own in these and you would be interested in trading out of them, let's certainly have those discussions. They really could have said anything, and we would have tried to get to a trade.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Mr. McClure?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Mr. Bill Rell, excuse me. How do you say your last name? I apologize.
Shooter's choice, whatever you think, Villarreal, I really don't mind anyway.
Okay, I'll probably mispronounce. I apologize for that.
All good, all
um,
good.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm seeing someone's
Villarreal.
email on the screen.
Yeah, I think you're still sharing, Ms. Hardy maybe, or Ms. Shaheen. In regards to good faith negotiation between Tumblr and Marathon, what are you basing, if you can provide me very brief bullet points, what are you basing your contention that Marathon was negotiating with Tumblr in bad faith on?
I think there was the ask that provide, does Tumblr Stronghold have any tracks in mind for trade possibilities? Trying to open that up. Again, kind of don't want to rehash the full conversation we just had. And then saying like, we don't have time to do this. I think on the 11th, even after the force pooling was filed, still trying to get a deal done after the meeting with Sean in Midland at 7 a.m. that we flew out for. Me telling him, let us know what COP values in a deal structure and we'll work to get this done. On the 12th, regardless of the outcome, we are committed being a trusted partner. If conditions change and COP would like to explore a deal, I am always available to talk. Stronghold owns entities across the basin. I'm certain there's enough overlap that there will be additional opportunities in the future to create value together. No response.
Okay, so to maybe shorten it a little bit, would it be accurate to say that it's due to a general non-responsiveness to Tumblr's trade offer
to trade
Marathon?
offers or Marathon, the trade offers, you could go back in as early as March, emailing Caroline Frederick saying, hey, we're interested in talking trades, no response. Hey, if this is a working interest problem, or this, we are willing to pick up a rig and fly it under the Tumblr banner, so you do not have to divert rigs from higher working interest wells. You guys have operational control of it. We can work that out. Let us know to get development, and then being denied there. You can go back as far as in March. We'll sell you overrides at cost. We'll allocate you interest for free for development, and still not getting any traction, still no development.
Okay, so would it be accurate to say that your determination of bad faith negotiations is based upon Marathon not accepting your offer to bring in drilling rigs, not agreeing to a trade regarding overrides, and then in addition, not responding to a swap request? Is that correct?
I wouldn't classify it as a not responding to the trade request. It was a very clear slam the door in our face, trying to get a deal done.
Okay, in your experience negotiating with other operators,
Mm-hmm.
how often do you manage to obtain trades versus not, I guess?
How often do we manage to obtain trades? Very frequently, we are doing deals to buy and sell acreage. Trades are not as common. It's usually acquisitions and straight divestitures, something that we also offered to Conoco in the past. But very rarely do we get told we don't have time we don't have time to go through our portfolios to put a straight trade schedule together when we're both working towards a mutual goal.
Changing topic to the type logs that you provided in your exhibit,
Yes, sir.
specifically to the type log for the Third Bone Spring sand.
Okay.
Was there any consideration to, when selecting data, when you created that type log, was there any consideration as to whether there was existing Wolfcamp A wells in that same unit?
Yeah, these were all with co-developed.
And this was just, I'm specifically referring to the slide that was, well, originally page 243. It's D11.E in the original exhibit packet.
Yeah, the Third Bone Spring sand wells here, the ones that have been selected, were all co-developed with the Wolfcamp A.
The graph that is providing the difference in spacing versus production. Like specifically, I'm looking at exhibit D12.C. This is Wolfcamp A EUR versus spacing. You see where I'm looking at?
Yes.
What filtering was used in determining which wells to use here?
So this is 15-mile radius of the David unit. So within the Wolfcamp A.
Now, I know in an earlier slide on the type logs, I believe there was some like completion after like 2017, 2019, that sort of thing. Was there any consideration to completion considered here for these graphs?
I don't believe so.
Do you know what the R value was for that, the curve that's plotted on these different graphs?
I don't remember it off the top of my head.
I guess, do you know the reason for, I guess the volume of discrepancy between these different data points? Do you have any speculation as to why that's the case? Let me re-ask my question.
Okay.
Looking at the one that is being shared on the screen, for instance, we have a bunch of them that's down there towards the bottom, around like the 600-foot spacing, and only seeing like 500 thousand barrel oil equivalents. Do you see where I'm referring to?
Yes, yeah. Likewise, there the spread in the bottom right-hand corner.
Yeah, exactly. Do you have a speculation as to why there's why we see the number of outliers that we do in this graph?
I mean, it could be a number of reasons. It could be some completion styles, could be uh, really, really anything. So.
Now I'm looking at your slide that is Exhibit D-13. This is talking about the Wolfcamp A, Wolfcamp B, and Third Bone Spring Sand flow unit activity.
Yes, sir.
Now, while you're reviewing this, well, the area you reviewed, does it include kind of the entirety that's shown here in this depiction on the right?
Area that we reviewed here include the entirety. Are you saying in the graph?
Yeah, the plat, I guess maybe you'd call it. I'm not sure. The map, I guess.
Okay,
Did
yeah.
you,
Does the map include the everything? So does the table include everything on the map?
I guess my question is for the most of these other graphs, it appears that Tumblr reviewed an area in a radius of 15 miles. Is that accurate to say?
That is accurate. Yeah.
Is that also the case here, or is this map a better depiction of all the wells that were reviewed?
I think this map was created just for this specific analysis and just trying to look at, how is the flow unit across the Third Bone Spring, Wolfcamp A and Wolfcamp B being developed. So,
Okay, so
well, as I say, obviously stretching yeah, maybe I'm getting lost here. Sorry.
let me ask another question, I guess. For the analysis that was conducted here,
Mm-hmm.
which I believe you were looking at wells to see how many were co-developed. Is that accurate to say?
Yeah. What is the development across Third Bone Spring Sand, Wolfcamp A, Wolfcamp B, just in the area around David Goliath?
Okay, and is it accurate to say that that analysis was conducted on all of the wells laterals that's depicted in this map?
There might be some that are left out. I can't say for 100% certainty. But I think what we're looking for is representations of where, development, where operators in the past have treated the Third Bone Spring Sand, Wolfcamp A and Wolfcamp B as a single flow unit. Obviously, like the numbers shut off, or we only run that out through 12 units. Assume there's much more than 12 on the map.
And these 12 units as depicted on the map, these are units in which, well, I mean, I guess they're depicted up there in that table on the left, and some of them have Third Bone Spring Sand, and some of them have just the Wolfcamp A and Wolfcamp B. Is that accurate to say?
That is accurate. And the ones with the Third Bone Spring Sand, those were developed at the same time as the Wolfcamp A.
So then is it accurate to say that there are definitely several of the units, even as depicted here, in which a third Bone Spring sand was never drilled or completed.
Yeah, but you can also see that, looking at the first two, that was 10 Wolfcamp A's. So if you're not doing the third Bone Spring sand, it's a much higher development of the Wolfcamp A. And then below you see 5 third sand, 5 Wolfcamp A, and 7, like 8, and then 7 3 3 6.
In your discussions with EOG, had you ever talked to any of their technical staff in regards to their proposed wells before they withdrew them?
Did not talk with their technical staff. That was submitted July 11th, I believe, in the run up to the forced pool hearing. I think, again, as I said before, as their 30%, 32% working interest owners, there would certainly be discussions with them to get their input on development. Obviously, if they're carrying 30% of the interest, and let's see what data that they are seeing that helps them make those decisions. So again, we aim to be the trusted, good partner.
Now, looking at the same, these units that's listed in this table here, we see 3 different EOG units, correct?
Correct.
Is it accurate to say that they did not wish to develop the third Bone Spring sand in those 3 units?
That's correct.
Are there any EOG units that's closer to this David/Goliath proposed units than what's depicted here on this map?
I don't believe so. I'd have to verify on the map to confirm though. Well, on a different map.
Yeah. Do you believe it's possible that there is? Let me backtrack. Yeah, I don't. I have no more questions. Thank you, Mr. Villarreal. Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
For sure. Thank you.
Redirect machine.
Thank you. Mr. V, do you recall your discussion with Ms. Hardy about the fact that Tumbler doesn't operate any wells in Texas?
I do recall.
And Tumbler does not operate wells in Texas, correct?
Tumblr does not.
Do other stronghold entities operate wells in Texas?
Yes.
And are there any Tumbler employees and stronghold employees who have experience operating wells in Texas?
Many.
And are there Tumbler employees, stronghold employees who have experience operating wells in New Mexico?
Many. Operating and drilling.
I'm going to go back to the D11 series of exhibits just for a minute. Oops. Ms. Hardy asked you about offset wells that were not included for these type curves. Do you remember that discussion?
Yes.
What are some of the categories that you use to decide which offset wells would be used for your type curves?
So I think part of that is shown, second bullet. So all type curve offset wells are completed using 2,250 to 2,750 pounds per foot and 40 to 60 barrels per foot, spaced at greater than 1,000 feet, in zone spacing and targeting the upper Avalon. So focused on the specific target within the Avalon that, sorry, long day, that we, Tumblr, David, are targeting.
And now I'm going to go back to the D13. Ms. Hardy asked you some questions about the number of miles that are depicted here in this map. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Sure.
And she characterized it as mini miles. Do you remember that?
I'll believe it. Yes.
So I just really wanted to focus on how many miles we're talking about here, because maybe my definition of mini is a little bit different from Ms. Hardy's. But to get us situated, can you show us where on this map the proposed David Goliath development is?
That is the blue box next to between number 11 and number 9.
So right here where my hand is.
That's correct.
And so these are township ranges, right? With 36 sections in each one. Is that correct?
Yes.
And each section is going to be 1 mile, right? So we
Generally.
could actually figure out how many miles. And what I'd like for you to do is to tell me about how many miles are north-south and contain the boxes that are in green, and east-west that contain the boxes in green. In other words, I want you to give me a mile by mile description of what area contains those 12 boxes that are highlighted up here in the left-hand top corner.
All right. 1, 2. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's about 4 miles north until you get to number 8. 1, 2, 3, 5. About 5 miles west until you get to number 1. And call that about 2.5 miles till you get south to number 6. And then, number 9's adjacent. Farthest number 3, 1, 2.
So the developments that you've called out here are within 4 to 5 miles of the proposed development. Is that right?
Yes.
Ms. Hardy also spent some time with you on the marathon proposals and the Tumblr proposals and the differences between each of them. With respect to the Tumblr proposals, those additional proposals were really corrections to typos. Is that right?
That's correct.
There were 2 typos and Tumblr corrected those 2 typos.
Correct.
Tumblr didn't submit multiple well proposals, did they?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any recross on those questions?
Well, I had one question based on Mr. McClure's questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. So Mr. McClure had asked you some questions about good faith negotiations and Tumblr's negotiations and ability to reach agreements in other deals. That was my understanding of the question. Do you recall that?
No, what other deals?
Well, in circumstances other than this specific negotiation with Marathon.
You want me to talk about other deals that Stronghold is doing? Like, no.
No, my understanding of Mr. McClure's question was that he asked you about Tumblr's negotiations regarding trades in other contexts. Do you recall that question?
Other context.
You said here, Marathon had, my understanding was, slammed the door, and Mr. McClure asked you about Tumblr's trade discussions more generally. Do you recall the question?
I know we discussed it, other trades.
Okay. And my question is this. Here with these David wells that Tumblr has proposed, it's only reached agreements with 3% of the working interest, correct?
Approximately.
Okay, thank you. That was it.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Villarreal. Okay, does that conclude your case in chief?
Yes, it does.
Okay, very good. Ms. Hardy, it's 10:40 a.m. Now, we can begin your case with a brief opening, if you like. What I propose today is that we take a little bit longer lunch than we did yesterday. So, but I want you to be able to present your case as cohesively as you want to. We could either break now for a period of time and then come back and you present your case, or we can have some of your case now, then is that what you'd like to do?
I would prefer to start now, although I would like to take a quick 5-minute break
Okay.
just to run outside.
Yeah.
That's
yeah, yeah.
possible.
And then a short opening.
Yes,
Okay. And then which witness are you going to call, Mr. Patrick or the other one?
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller. Okay, very
Yes.
good. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. We're off the record.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller, Mr. Patrick, would you come up to the witness stand, please?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, the court reporter's not back.
I know.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Hardy, is this a book you gave me?
It is.
This is the book you gave
Yes.
me. Okay, so Goliath exhibits are yours.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Because it says tab 1 Tumblr Operating LLC's exhibits. Did you mean to put? Mr. Patrick, Mr. Miller, the reason I asked you to come up is as soon as the court reporter gets back, we're going to swear you in. I know you're both qualified as experts already. This is,
Include all
okay, I don't need all of it, thank you. Sure where it even came from. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So these are, okay, great. These are yours. Thank you. All right. Let me know when you're ready. Yes. Would you turn the microphone on? It should be green. I can't see it. It is green. Okay, good. Ready? Oh, you're still waiting. Okay, all right. It's okay. Thank you. All right, it is 10:48 a.m. on September 17th. We're going to begin with Marathon's case in chief. We have their two witnesses here. I'm going to get them sworn in. Would you please raise your right hands? Thank you. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Would you one at a time state and spell your name and tell me what field of expertise has this division previously recognized you in?
Sean Miller, SEANMILLER, and land.
Thank you.
Tyler Patrick, TYLERPATRICK, and geology.
Thank you. Ms. Hardy, are you going to call Mr. Miller first? I thought so.
Yes.
Mr. Miller, would you stay at the witness podium? Do you need anything from your? Great. And just just for the record, what do you have in front of you?
The Goliath exhibits.
Exhibits. All right, thank you. Do you need to see them, machine, or are you okay with those?
As long as they're what I have in front of me in my notebook, I'm good with that.
And I'll remind Ms. Hardy that we have accepted into evidence all of your direct exhibits, but none of your rebuttal exhibits as of now. Okay. So, Mr. Miller, please don't use any of the rebuttal exhibits to answer any questions until they're admitted. All right. So, Ms. Hardy, a brief opening.
Yes, thank you. Marathon seeks to pull the Bone Spring and Wolfcamp formations underlying sections 24, 25, and irregular section 36, township 26 South, range 34 East in Lee County. Tumblr proposes to develop the same acreage, but includes additional wells. And as our witnesses will explain, those are risky intervals and that Tumblr relies on a flawed production analysis. All of the wells that the division considers in evaluating competing plans weigh heavily in favor of Marathon. Working interest control is the most important factor considered by the division, particularly when there's a significant disparity. And here there is a very, very large disparity with Marathon owning 44.4% and Tumblr owning less than 9% in these proposed units. And there is no factual dispute about those ownership percentages. Marathon has also provided a letter of support from Walsh and Waltz, which holds about a 5% interest. The division considers letters of support in evaluating working interest control, bringing Marathon's working interest control here to over 49%. And as our witnesses will explain, working interest control is extremely important because the party with the greater working interest bears more of the costs. And that ensures that it has more skin in the game and will engage in cost-effective, prudent, and economic development rather than speculation. And as our witnesses will explain, simply stated, it's easier to take risks when you are spending someone else's money. Based on the undisputed majority here, majority working interest, Marathon's applications should be granted. All of the other factors considered by the division cannot outweigh this massive disparity, but those factors weigh in favor of Marathon as well. With respect to prudent operatorship, Marathon ConocoPhillips is clearly a prudent operator. They have drilled 920 horizontal wells in Lee County alone and operate over 9,000 wells in New Mexico. Of those, about 430 have been greater than 2 miles in length. And as if we've heard throughout the testimony, Tumblr has not previously drilled and does not operate any wells in New Mexico. When you look at the surface factor, which is also one of the factors considered by the division in evaluating competing proposals, Marathon has surveyed its wells and had its on-site evaluation with BLM, while Tumblr has not. Marathon proposes 2 well pads, while Tumblr proposes 4. As a result, Marathon's development involves significantly less surface impacts, which reduces surface, environmental, and economic waste. With respect to cost, Marathon's AFEs are significantly less than Tumblr's, and there are various reasons for this, including reduced surface facilities. We've got economies of scale because ConocoPhillips has leverage to negotiate due to its large operations in New Mexico. Tumblr complains that Marathon's AFEs are too low, but Marathon has far more experience preparing AFEs in Lee County than Tumblr. And in any event, if the actual cost were to end up being higher than the AFEs, a pooled party could object. With respect to risk, which is an important factor considered by the division, Marathon has federal APDs and surveys, while Tumblr does not. Marathon's far more experienced. Marathon's development plan is based on its extensive experience in the area and considers factors like H2S in the Avalon, as well as the water cut in other formations. Tumblr proposes more wells, but its production analysis is severely flawed because it relies on a limited number of data points within a 15-mile radius, and it has not adjusted its estimates to account for risk due to variations in geology over that 15-mile span. So Tumblr proposes to develop risky intervals, including the Avalon and Third Bone Spring. And those are unproven, and if they were proven later, we will explain that they could be developed later. But at this point, they're unproven and risky. Tumblr makes claims of delay, but ignores that ConocoPhillips acquired Marathon in November of 2024 and essentially re-vetted Goliath as a new development. And that is a prudent action by an operator. With respect to geology, Marathon's units and spacing units comport with its extensive experience and practice in this area. And as I mentioned, Tumblr seeks to develop risky intervals that are unproven. With respect to negotiations, Marathon and Tumblr have engaged in extensive discussions for months. We've all heard there are 75 at least interactions, and the division's requirements on pooling and good faith negotiation require a well proposal 30 days prior to filing for pooling and some back and forth communication. The division does not typically get into the details of, well, this offer is reasonable, this offer is not, this trade was rejected, this person went to breakfast but not dinner. That's not what the division does, and it's not what it should do. It shouldn't get into those detailed types of evaluations. Here, as our witnesses will explain, there's absolutely been good faith negotiation. ConocoPhillips told Tumblr to propose a specific trade if it wished to do so, and it never did. So, in conclusion, based on all of the factors, including the undisputed massive disparity in working interest, Marathon's applications should be granted. Marathon is ready, willing, and able to proceed with its development and should be permitted to do so because its plan best prevents waste and protects correlative rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hart. Do you want to proceed with your first witness?
I do. Hello, Mr. Miller.
Good morning.
And I think you've already stated your full name for the record, so I don't think we need to do that. By whom are you employed and in what position?
ConocoPhillips Company. I'm the land supervisor for our Lee County assets.
Okay. Can you provide a very brief summary of your education and experience in petroleum land matters?
Yes, graduated from Texas A&M with a bachelor's of business management in 2012. Graduated from Western Colorado University in 2014 with a petroleum land and resource management degree. I've worked about 10 years as a landman, both in contract and in-house, and I spent the last 7 years with Concho, now ConocoPhillips.
And have you prepared direct testimony and exhibits in these cases?
Yes.
And do those documents include Exhibit A and Exhibits A1 through A11?
Yes.
I'm going to pull those up here. Do you have any corrections or changes to your exhibits?
Yes. I would like to correct. I flip to it, bear with me. Paragraph 14. Tumblr rightly pointed out that their ORC grid number was issued in 2019, not 2025. I'd like to correct that.
So Tumblr has an O-grade number since 2019, but it's correct that it hasn't drilled and operated any wells in New Mexico, right?
Correct.
Okay. Anything else that you would like to clarify or correct on your direct testimony?
Yes, paragraph 30. Oh, excuse me, before that, paragraph 28. ConocoPhillips Marathon currently have production in the area surrounding the Goliath development. That is correct. We will be using the existing Marathon planned surface facilities. There is no surface facilities currently on the ground there.
Okay. At the location for this unit, correct?
Correct. And then paragraph 30, I'd like to clarify, other wells in this area, they have oil, gas, and water takeaway dedications rather than facilities.
Okay, thank you. And do you adopt your testimony exhibits as your direct testimony in this case?
I do.
Okay, thank you. And with respect to, I was going to ask him about the rebuttal exhibits or his rebuttal exhibit.
Okay.
Okay. And I know there's an objection to it.
Where are the rebuttal exhibits? Are they in this package you gave me?
They are not.
Where would I see them?
I can pull them up.
How many are there?
He only has one.
Has it been labeled?
Yes, it's labeled. We filed it.
Oh, separately.
Yes.
I do remember that. Yes, I've seen that. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to pull it up. Let's not show it yet.
Okay. And Mr. Miller, did you prepare a rebuttal exhibit in this case?
I have.
Okay. And what is that rebuttal exhibit?
It's a diagram of the surface facilities by both Marathon and Tumblr.
Okay. And why did you prepare that rebuttal exhibit?
Just to illustrate the differences between our plant facilities and the footprint of on the acreage.
And prior to receiving Tumblr's testimony and exhibits, did you have information regarding the surface facilities that they were going to use?
Not until I reviewed their exhibits.
Okay. And so did you prepare your surface facility diagram in response to what you saw in their testimony and exhibits?
For the Tumblr portion, yes.
And I object on the basis that there should have been a plat of their planned surface facilities in their direct case. That was not provided, and they've provided no engineer to support their plat of surface facilities. And I don't believe this, for those reasons, I don't believe it's reliable and should not be admitted into evidence.
Ms. Hardy?
Mr. Miller is a landman and he's testifying about the locations of the surface facilities. He is familiar with them. I don't think an engineer is necessary to testify about surface facilities. And I think that we did have information in our direct case on Marathon surface facilities. There's a plat included with our exhibits. We did not have information on Tumblr's surface facilities. And so the rebuttal exhibit compares what we saw in Tumblr's exhibits to Marathon's.
Okay, so you said, so which is the exhibit that you just said that you did include in your direct regarding facilities, surface facilities?
Let me find it.
Would it be under Mr. Miller's testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Miller, do you know what exhibit you prepared that shows surface facilities?
I don't know the exhibit number.
You don't.
I'm sure it's in this packet though.
It's exhibit A5.
Thank you. And what page is it on, since I don't have any tabs here?
It is page on the, I pulled it up on the screen and it's page 243 of our, 83 of our 243 PDF.
83?
Yeah.
This is not my rebuttal slide.
No, I'm showing your original slide that shows our surface facilities.
My package seems to skip it. It goes, my package goes from page 72 of 241, and then it skips to page 89 of 241, which is exhibit A7. Then it goes to 90. So that, which is A8. And you said this is A5, you said?
It is.
I'm missing the pages for some reason. They're gone.
Don't know why that would be.
Oh, here you can. Does this have it?
Checking.
I'll have to rely on the screen.
Yes,
Okay,
it looks
so
like
can-
it may have been, I'm not sure, it looks like a copying probably. but-
Okay, all right, no problem. So here
Sorry
you
about
have
that.
on the screen exhibit A5.
Right.
And what, and how does this speak to surface facilities?
It is showing our central tank battery location.
I see, okay. And that's on the left side, and on the right side is your depiction of Tumblr.
Right, but this was our direct case and we didn't have their surface facility information when we
No,
filed
I
it.
understand.
Yes,
Trying to understand.
that's right.
The two diagrams here. Okay, and then do you have a copy of this? Now I'd like to see the rebuttal exhibit that he prepared.
Sure.
Is this it?
This is it.
This, and what information on here? Let me know when you've got it so I can just, you got it now?
Yep, this is it.
Is there a way to, is this the whole page or is this just part of the page?
It's the whole page.
It's the whole page. So,
Hmm.
Mr. Miller, what did you do? What did you do in this diagram or this exhibit that is reactive to Tumblr's exhibits?
On the right-hand side, you can see a plat of Tumblr's, or represented as TOPS, well pad and CTB location.
Got the red and blue boxes?
Correct.
Okay.
And in the kind of snipped insert, looks like an aerial photograph.
Okay.
That is taken from their exhibits. So that is how I depicted it on the more map view.
I see. Okay. And what are you trying to say with this exhibit?
You can see that they have 4 well pads, and I've put the equivalent acres that will take up, and I've taken this all from their testimony. And the 2 CTBs, the equivalent acres, and then on the left side is just a comparison to our facility plan with the equivalent metrics.
And you're drilling from north to south, and they're drilling from south to north?
That is their proposal, and in our proposal as well. Yeah.
Ms. Shaheen, what do you have to say about that?
What I have to say about it is that Mr.
Miller?
Miller, thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Miller's exhibit, original exhibit A5, the only thing it contains is one depiction of their proposed central tank battery location. It doesn't show their well pads. That would easily have been available to them and could have been submitted with their original packet. And on this plat, I'm not sure where that information came from, but that as well would have been properly submitted with the direct exhibits.
And the plat you're talking about, is that in the middle on top? Well, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Yes.
The bottom part.
Yes, the middle kind of shifted off to the left a little bit at the top.
And that.
That map there, that should have been submitted with their direct case, and it was not.
Ms. Hardy.
It's submitted in rebuttal to Tumblr's information on their well proposals. I mean, on their surface facilities locations that we learned of from their exhibits.
What do you say to
I mean,
Machines?
yeah.
What do you say to Machines' point that Mr. Miller could have exhibited most of this information? I realize that the information on the right side is new. There's no question that that's new. But what do you say about the rest of it?
Well, the point of the exhibit is to compare the surface facilities, and we couldn't provide a comparison until we had theirs.
Machine?
They're including information that should have been provided in their direct case. That is the location of their well pads and all of this information that is really kind of hard to read here at the top. That should have been provided in their previous case. And if they had done that, then they could have made this comparison if it was necessary. There's no information on here that's not already in Marathon's exhibits and Tumblr's exhibits. There's nothing in here that's different, except for the location of their well pads and their plat that they're trying to get admitted into the record. This is similar to yesterday's exclusion of Tumblr's exhibit. I can't remember which one it is now, but one of them was excluded because Ms. Hardy argued that we should have provided that with our direct case. Same thing here. They should have provided both this plat, the location of their well pads in their direct case.
Commissioner Heane, while I understand the argument that they could have provided some of this information in their direct, I also understand the argument that it wasn't until they understood the locations of the pads, et cetera, that they decided to show a comparison between the two. So even though one purpose would be fine, the second purpose is also fine in light of the fact that now they have information that says, hey, here's where Tumblr is going to put their pads and their CTVs, and now we want to show the comparison between the two. So I don't see them as mutually exclusive. So I'm allowing this exhibit in over your objection. So this A12 is admitted into evidence. I'll keep a record of this.
Thank you.
So is this witness going to summarize his direct and his rebuttal testimony?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so I'll give you 15 minutes to summarize,
Okay,
starting now.
okay. And I think really what I'm going to focus on is have Mr. Miller talk about his response to Tumblr's exhibits and testimony. Okay. And as well as this rebuttal exhibit. So Mr. Miller, we've talked about it a little bit. Can you show or explain what this slide shows generally? Exhibit A12.
Yes, it shows Marathon's planned surface facilities consisting of 2 well pads and 1 central tank battery. The acres associated with the size of them is depicted there, compared to Tumblr's well pad and central tank battery facility design.
And in terms of acreage, how do they compare?
The well pads for Marathon is significantly less acreage disturbance than Tumblr's, as well as the CTV.
Mr. Miller, I'm going to show you Tumblr's exhibits. And let's talk about working interest percentage. And I'm showing here Tumblr's exhibits starting at A3, where they have unit recapitulations. Have you looked at these slides?
I have.
Okay. And what do they show in terms of the ownership interests of Marathon versus Tumblr?
Marathon has 43, a little over 43% working interest. Tumblr has a little under 9% working interest.
And have any of the parties that are listed as uncommitted expressed support for Marathon's development?
Yes, we have received a letter of support from Walsh and Watts.
And is that letter provided with your hearing exhibits that have been admitted into evidence?
It has.
Okay. And let me just pull it up. Is that exhibit A7 in your exhibits?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what percentage interest approximately does Walsh and Watts hold?
I believe a little under 5%.
Okay. And so that interest is dedicated to Marathon's unit, correct?
They have not signed a JOA. They have just given us a letter of support.
Okay. And in your opinion, why is working interest percentage important in considering competing development plans?
My opinion, the owner of the greater working interest bears the greater share of the costs and thereby the risks. And so they have to engage in a prudent operator fashion for their development.
And since Tumblr holds less than 9% of the working interest, will it bear less than 9% of the development costs?
Yes.
And since ConocoPhillips at this point owns around 44% of the working interest, will it bear around 44% of the development costs?
Yes.
Okay. And why is that important?
If a minority owner has operatorship control, I would say that they could engage in more risky behavior because most of the other parties are picking up the costs.
And I'm going to pull up one of Mr. Villarreal's exhibits. And well, let me ask you this. Have you reviewed Tumblr's exhibits?
Yes,
And do you have comments on some of those exhibits?
I do.
Okay. And that's what I'd like to talk through with you. Okay. Mr. Villarreal provides an exhibit where he talks about well proposal corrections. And let me just pull it up. And do you recall seeing this
Yes,
exhibit? Okay. And did Marathon send out updated well proposals?
we did.
Why?
We had to change the well names to match the existing APDs, and we had to change our bottom hole locations.
And how many times did Marathon send out updated proposals?
2 updated proposals,
On the updated proposals, was there any change in the well costs?
none,
And on the updated proposals, was there any change to the number of wells?
none.
Did Tumblr also send corrected proposals?
Yes,
Did Tumblr's corrected proposals amend or correct the township and range of its well locations?
yes,
Let's look at Tumblr Exhibit D7, the emoji exhibit. Have you seen this exhibit before?
I have.
Okay. And what is your understanding of Tumblr's claim regarding Marathon's AFEs?
I believe they're making the assertion that Marathon's AFEs are artificially low for the Goliath project.
Okay. And in your opinion, does this exhibit provide accurate AFE cost comparisons?
In my opinion, no.
Why not?
Several factors, timing. Several of these wells were drilled several years ago. Differences in lateral length, no speaking to geology, mentioned a U-turn well, which is not exactly apples to apples with the Goliath project. So I wouldn't characterize it as an absolute fair comparison.
And have you,
Also, the Goliath FedCom proposal from 2024 was made by what I'm going to term legacy Marathon, and we had no control over those costs when they were proposed.
okay. And based on your review of the AFEs, why are Marathon's AFEs lower?
Just on initial review, it appears that their drilling costs are much higher and their facility costs are much higher.
And Marathon's drilling 2 less drill pads. Is that correct?
Yes,
Is ConocoPhillips able to benefit from economies of scale with respect to its well costs?
to my knowledge, yes.
To your knowledge, does Marathon have a lot more experience preparing AFEs in Lee County, New Mexico than Tumblr?
To my knowledge, yes.
Does ConocoPhillips update its AFEs on a regular basis?
Yes, we update our AFEs quarterly.
If costs were ultimately higher than the AFEs, is it your understanding that pooled parties would have an opportunity to object to increased cost?
That's how I read the pooling order.
And let's look at Mr. Villarreal's exhibit D8. Have you seen this before?
Yes,
Okay. And this exhibit states that Marathon cannot accurately price drilling and completion costs for hypothetical wells 2+ years out, right?
that's what it says.
Okay. And would tariff, to your understanding, would tariff and pricing changes also impact Tumblr's well costs?
To my understanding, yes.
And has Tumblr applied for federal APDs at this point?
They have not.
How long do federal APDs take?
In my experience, a minimum of 6 months.
To your knowledge, can Tumblr apply for APDs for its proposed well prior to issuance of a pooling order?
They cannot.
And is that because they don't own an interest in every tract?
Correct.
So Tumblr would is it correct that Tumblr would most likely not be able to spud its wells for at least 6 months after the division issues a final pooling order?
I would agree.
And in general, would concerns about pricing changes over time apply to Tumblr's development as well as Marathon's?
I would assume so.
Okay. And let's look at Mr. Villarreal's affidavit. I'll actually pull up his amended affidavit. Hopefully. Okay. And he talks about Marathon's overhead rates. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes.
Okay. There it is. It's in paragraph 6 of his revised affidavit. Are those the rates that the overhead rates Marathon is seeking under the pooling order?
Those are not the rates we're seeking under the pooling order.
And what are the rates you're seeking under the pooling order?
12,000 for drilling and 1,200 for while producing.
And in your experience, is it common that overhead rates proposed under a JOA differ from rates requested under a pooling order?
In my experience, yes.
And are the rates that Marathon is seeking under the pooling order consistent with industry standards in your experience?
In my experience, yes.
There has been a lot of discussion of alleged delay by Marathon. Have you heard that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And have you provided a timeline regarding Marathon's development of the Goliath units?
We have.
Okay. And let me just pull that up. And that's in your hearing exhibits, correct?
It is.
Do you happen, okay, I see it. It's part of it's exhibit A9, right? I'll pull it up.
I don't have it listed as that. I have it listed as page 95
Okay.
of 243 for our Bone Spring applications.
Okay. Is this your exhibit A9 that I've pulled up on the screen?
That is the APD timeline, but I believe that is the timeline you're referring to.
Okay, can you please walk us through this timeline?
Okay, I'll try to nutshell this. Marathon was acquired by ConocoPhillips in November of 2024. Integration started happening earlier this year after the holidays. At that time, trying to gather all the assets from an acquired company and integrate it into our company is a challenge. It takes a lot of time, especially when it comes to projects that are planned. And so for a lot of the projects that were planned for Marathon, they were basically had to be worked from the beginning to comply with the ConocoPhillips way of how we wanted to drill them. And so that takes a lot of time to vet and to evaluate and redo potentially. And it mentions permit expirations. We were aware of permit expirations for these Goliath wells that were to expire in 2027. That's when land informed the asset team that that was the case. We asked them to be put on the drill schedule, and they were put on the drill schedule for 2027. We have received, based on this contested hearing, we have received authorization from our Vice President of the Delaware Basin to accelerate these wells on our drill schedule.
And can you explain why Marathon's original pooling orders prior to the acquisition were allowed to expire?
So like I said, we were starting to do the integration earlier this year. It does take some time to even identify the projects that were planned. We were made known that there were pooling orders that Heritage Marathon or Legacy Marathon had that were expiring in May. But due to the fact that the project had to be worked from new, basically, to comply with how ConocoPhillips would want to drill this project, there was simply no time to budget and to plan and to put a rig on the schedule in a couple months to hit that pooling order timeframe. So unfortunately, we had to let it expire with the intention to repool.
Okay. Because the acquisition occurred in November of 2024 around the holidays, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then did the pooling orders that were originally obtained expire in May of 2025?
Correct.
Okay. And there's been testimony and discussion of Marathon stating that the Goliath project is discretionary. Have you heard that testimony?
I have.
Can you explain what that means?
Discretionary.
ConocoPhillips.
Discretionary is simply a ConocoPhillips term that is used to describe any project that doesn't have an impending lease expiration through its primary term.
Does it does stating that these projects are discretionary mean that Marathon does not plan to develop them?
Absolutely not.
It just means they don't have an imminent lease expiration.
Correct.
Okay. Is proceeding with the Goliath development a priority for Marathon?
It is.
And this is sort of a related topic, but Tumblr argues that Marathon does, or my understanding of their argument is that Marathon does not intend to develop Goliath. Is that argument correct in your opinion?
It is not.
And there's been discussion and testimony about Marathon not having a sufficient working interest in the Goliath wells to drill them. How do you respond to those statements?
I would respond that Marathon is very comfortable with our working interest percentage that we have in this project and that we are fully committed to developing it with that working interest percentage.
And does Marathon have permits for its wells?
Yes,
What is the cost approximately of a BLM permit?
currently around $12,000 per well.
And has Marathon surveyed its well locations?
Yes,
Has Marathon had its on-site with BLM?
yes,
Does Tumblr have permits?
no,
Has it presented any surveys that you've seen for its well locations?
not surveyor signed surveys.
Is ConocoPhillips running rigs in southeastern New Mexico currently?
We are
How many?
4 currently.
And do you know how many there are in Lee County?
I'm sorry, 4 was the Lee County number.
Okay.
7, I believe, is all of New Mexico.
And is Tumblr running any rigs in New Mexico?
Not that I'm aware of.
There's been a lot of testimony about negotiations between ConocoPhillips and Tumblr. Have you heard that testimony?
Yes,
Okay. And have there been extensive discussions between Marathon and Tumblr?
there have.
And are those summarized on your chronology of contacts that I believe is Exhibit A9? I've actually pulled it
Yep.
up there on the screen.
Perfect. Yes,
Okay. And you've heard a lot of testimony about trades, correct? Or did you hear that testimony?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did Tumblr ever propose a specific trade?
Not as I would define a specific trade.
Okay. How would you define a specific trade?
When a specific trade usually comes in, it includes legal description, acres to be traded in, acres to be traded out, working interest associated, NRI, usually in a table form that can be actionable, can be evaluated, can be subject to management approval.
And I'm going to pull up the email that's been discussed pretty extensively here. And this has been identified as Marathon Cross Exhibit 2. And this email from Mr. Villarreal to you, dated April 3rd, 2025 at 2:38 p.m. Can you summarize your understanding of what this email says?
Excuse me, I have an objection because I thought this was cross exhibit 1.
That could be,
And
Cross
I
exhibit
just
1.
don't want the record to
Okay,
be
thank you.
confusing.
thank you. There were 2 email cross exhibits. So,
Yes.
okay, so cross exhibit 1.
And Ms. Hardy, before you go on, how much more time do you need?
Probably 5 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes from now.
Okay, thank you.
I know this has been parsed a lot. So in my opinion, Mr. Villarreal's email was a preference list or a wish list, but it didn't contain a specific trade proposal that could be evaluated. So I responded to him that and I'm summarizing here, but this is a lot of metrics to look at. And from what I can see, it would be incumbent on me and my team to go and find something to put into that said tabular form that could be an actionable trade proposal. And so that's why I encouraged, if you have a deal specific to the interest, please send it in. And I mentioned here that it would have to be rather attractive to consider, but you never know till you propose, because we do evaluate all specific trade proposals, but I just did not see a specific trade proposal.
And would a specific trade proposal include legal descriptions of acreage?
Typically, yes.
Okay. And here, you were provided only with the names of some large units. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Tumblr did they provide a map?
No,
And did they give you any of the information that you needed to evaluate a trade proposal?
not based on this email.
And I think Tumblr has testified that they don't know ConocoPhillips' working interest in the areas that they were interested in. Could they make that determination?
They could through land work, so to speak.
Is it your understanding of these email communications that Tumblr was really asking you to come up with a trade to propose to them?
That is how I interpreted it.
And did you meet with Mr. Villarreal in Midland?
I did.
And have you talked with Mr. Weeks on the phone?
I have.
Okay. In your opinion, has Marathon negotiated with Tumblr in good faith?
In my opinion, yes.
And in your opinion, will Marathon's development plan best prevent waste and protect correlative rights?
Yes.
And do those correlative rights include ConocoPhillips' approximately 44% working interest in this acreage?
Yes.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Shaheen, I propose that we break now. That way you can think about your cross-examination as well. And we can come back. It's 11:30 now. We can come back at 1:30 to continue today's hearing. Is there anything further?
Not for me, thank you.
All right, from Ms. Harden.
No, thank you.
Mr. McClure, anything before we break for 2 hours?
Nothing from me, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
All right, thank you. We're off the record.